just lower that. Okay, good morning. Afternoon. It's not morning anymore. It's afternoon now here. Because it's been a while. I know I streamed like last Saturday, so it technically is the same amount of time that's passed that normally passes, but because I didn't stream on Friday, it just feels like I haven't streamed for like a month now. Like that, not doing that one day, all of a sudden I'm just like, I don't remember how to do anything because I haven't streamed in 10 years. I streamed on Saturday. So, like, I don't know. If you can hear my air conditioner in the background, which I don't know if you can, I'm sorry. It's not going away. It's very hot. My apartment is very hot. I finally unwrapped my air conditioner. It's staying on. So, we shall have to deal with that. But I don't actually know if anyone can hear it or not. Um, so today, I do want to get back to Roots of Pacha eventually, because I do like that game. But my favorite visual novel game came out with their last DLC, and it's to date one of the other characters that we've seen and played through the main storyline, but like we weren't able to kind of romance him. And so now that DLC is out, and so I must play this game. And this game took up a large portion of my life once I discovered it, and I discovered it late. And I played through every possible scenario that there is, so I know this game very well. The problem is that even though the DLC doesn't start, okay, background. This game is called Our Life Beginnings and Always. You start as a little kid and you grow up, and the main character, Cove, is who your main romance option is. So I'm still starting at the kid part. We're just kind of go through the first two sections really quickly. I'm not gonna do all the little scenes and whatever. I might, if I do this game again at another time, I'll do like a proper playthrough of everything. But because I want to kind of speed rush to Baxter, but I also know that they've changed a few things in the. There's one part when we're preteens, or like early teenager, like still kids. It's the second stage where we have a chance to meet Baxter, but he never had art before, and I really want to get to that in the second stage. So we're basically starting over. I'm going to make a new character, and we're just going to go through, like I said, the first two stages. I'm not doing all the scenes. I'll show you what all the scenes are, because they're on the menu, but I'm not going through all of them, because we're just going to speed run to Baxter, because that was the point of this stream. So let me switch over. This game does have music in it, but it's not like. I think I might just lower the Spotify and just have it as like kind of barely there background music, because the game does have music and like sounds, but it's not like, in your face sounds. Okay, so I went with Ryan as the first name for a reason. If you can put whatever name you want in, obviously, but there is a whole. I'll go over to this. They have a whole list of names where the voice actors say the names, and I actually like that effect a lot. So my very first playthrough, I did my own name, and it's very quiet when they're supposedly talking to you. And instead, I wanted to put in a name. There wasn't really a name that I was satisfied with that was close enough to Jez. We're not going this route. So I just went with Ryan because I thought that was better. And I put Jez backwards as the last name. Okay, other thing. You could choose your pronoun. You get to change this with every stage that comes forward. So there's 4 stages. This is our first stage when we're a child. We're like 8. Are we 8 here? I think we're 8. So, and you can change this as you go along. It actually affects your character, and it comes up. I think it's more prominent in the main Cove storyline, but it's still a thing. I like to switch my genders around as we age. up. It's just something I have a preference for. And I'm not going to. If you've played this game, you know spoilers. If you haven't played this game, I'm not going to give away spoilers. We'll get to that because it is a section. But there's a reason why we're starting as a little girl. So this is not going to stay. This is the only time we are going to have this pronoun. But I like doing this, and this is just like the only time you see your character really too, is on this page. So you have like, you can customize. This is what I decided to go with. And you can do like birthmarks, hand size. This part you never really see. I don't know why they have you select this part, because as far as I've seen, this makes no, like, the freckles is the most that you see. So, but okay, we're gonna start. Because I've rambled on enough. So much rambling. Okay, so this is how it starts. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usual sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination, with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. Yes, moms. We have lesbian moms. So, that included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Okay, so here's our first choice. It has a little bit of effect on your personality. Honestly, your personality has more of an effect later on. But every choice you make does influence how things go and how your character unpromptedly, I can't think of the right word, but basically, you know, how your character acts without you picking like an option, because there are some things that come up and adjust your options also. So you could go, you really didn't get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway, which is what I would do in real life. This is my personality in real life. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists came and went every summer were the same ones, or you were too anxious to say hi back, but they all knew you well enough to expect this. Okay. So this doesn't really matter that much, this choice, but I'm just gonna go with the one. It's a polite thing to do after all, and your mom has taught you to always be respectful. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. Ah, yes. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever, or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the quote-unquote residential district, as your moms called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom has had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it would be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite to them. Knowing what we know, what I know about our moms already, like the way they would have presented this, this would have been the reaction. But that's spoilers, but still, like, this would have been the reaction with our moms. That is not the personality we are going to go for. I'm gonna go for, you hadn't exactly been listening at the time. We're going for a very blasé character this time. But you weren't sure about this man yet. Hello! thank you for following. I'm doing good. How are you doing today? Alright, we have more options. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way, you're pretty interested, or whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. This is, again, me in real life. Don't bother me. Don't sit on my front step. Or me a curious person, we were interested. Oh, thank you! Oh, really? Wow. Well, thank you for following after finding me from Twitter. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's not custom. It's honestly just a basic one that I bought off of Etsy, but I do like it a lot. I might look into investing into a more customized one in the future, but for now, you know, it works. It works for what I'm doing. Okay, you slowed down, your eyes remaining fixed on the man. There was a split second where your eyes met and you knew he was aware he wasn't alone on the street anymore. Hey! You raised your eyebrows at the shout. Did he want something? Is that why he was here? The man stood up and started to make his way towards you. Probably not. I'm not looking into that too much. I'm mostly staying on the PNG side of things right now. It's just easier for me to deal with. More options. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body was frozen in place as he approached. We're gonna go with this one. Not being too approachable. So... here he is. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tanned skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. I live right there. My name is Ryan. Continue to say no. Well, technically we said nothing, but with the kind of personality we're going for with this character, I'm just gonna go with, yeah, I live here. That's great. He looked happy to hear it, giving you a broad smile. Oh. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you look back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Actually, that reminds me. This one. Speed. The voice I have up pretty high. Music is... I don't feel like the game sounds are high enough, but I'm not sure. You know what, we're gonna pause the Spotify in the background so I can hear things a little bit better. And then make sure we're doing okay on game sounds. Because we're gonna start actually making some sounds now. Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have, let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. Yeah, he tends to do that. I have a son. His name is Cove. Who's about your age? Choices again. Cove. That seemed like a strange name for an actual living person to you. You chewed the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. We think Cove is pretty cool. You've never met anyone with that name. We moved in across the street. See? He gestured. I can't talk. He gestured towards the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Ryan, right? I met your moms earlier, and they told me you were 8, just like him, so I'm not pronouncing our last name, just so you know. because that is just Jez backwards, and I don't actually know how to pronounce that. I just wanted to put Jez in there somewhere, so I will never pronounce her last name. He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance, and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you gotta keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be too friendly to say his dad sent you. You eyed the man. You kind of felt sorry for Cove. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? I mean, I feel like all three of these we would do at once. I'm just gonna eye him, because he'd be suspicious right now. What could be so bad about this Cove kid that his dad would need to bribe strangers to be friends with him? What'd he say? Want to make a deal? So, technically on all my playthroughs, I have never, ever, ever taken this money. Ever. This is not the playthrough that I'm going to take the money because I'm looking for a friendship thing with Cove. So, we're not going that route, but I think I might actually do a playthrough one time where we actually take the money, because I don't actually know how that works out. We don't want the money. No, thank you. Sorry. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are you sure?
Voice value. Okay, that might actually... I usually have this on so low because I'm just playing myself. So I don't actually know how it sounds on stream. Are you sure? It won't be so bad. Even if it's just for the summer, that'd be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he tucked the bill into a back pocket and changed the request. I get it. You don't have to. Would you be comfortable with he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved. Yeah, I want to meet him. Okay, you could do that. I guess you'd have to ask my moms. You didn't answer the man. We'll answer him. We're not that shy in this playthrough. Yeah, I want to meet him. His smile got bigger again. His eyes crinkled up the sides. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but... well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. Sir, you've lost your 8-year-old son. That seems more worrisome than you bribing another 8-year-old with $20. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Yeah. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Sure thing. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that, but you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now, I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back, and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Ryan. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decide to check the hills behind your house. Alright, we're starting. A chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. This is also me in real life. We don't enjoy the beach. But for this, we're gonna love hearing stories about the sea. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shiny mermaid's tail in the distance. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. There he is! Bestie! There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and the white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows, huge glasses, pink cast, sad frowns. I mean, deer don't have any of these things, but we're going to focus on the sad frowns. But this new boy did. You wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another. And then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi. Hey, Space Cadet. Are you lost? Hey, Space Cadet. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his side. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. Cove does cry a lot. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Ah! Eyes wide, he studied you. How do you know that? I met your dad. I'm all-knowing. Lucky guess. Not lucky guess. We've done that one. I did. I met your dad a lot. Just to say I'm all-knowing. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Okay. Your dad told me who you were.
Oh.
So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. Yep, you can't own a hill. You shook your head. You can't own a hill. Why not? How could you? You just do. I had a hill back home. Well, this still isn't mine. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. Words are hard. Too many words together are hard. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently, as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. Okay, so, real talk, I've played this game quite a lot. I only really read this stuff. I think I read it on my first couple playthroughs, but usually I skip by a lot of this. And I feel like a lot of this stuff is new, but I don't know if it's actually new or if it's just me because I skipped the choices. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? Why'd your family move? Considering the location, we'd ask why are you here more. A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents. They don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him, and now we have a house here and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. Was that sniff always there? I can't tell what was in this game before. I know they did some updates to the other sections, but I can't actually remember what was here before and what wasn't. I'm sorry, your dad seems kind of nice. You'll like it here, you just have to get used to it. Stop crying. Stop crying. Say I'm sorry. We're 8. We'd like our moms, apparently. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. Again. You felt bad for him, being forced to come here with no choice. You couldn't imagine what it would feel like to live with only one of your moms, but it must be pretty hard. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Ryan!
Cove?
Cove! Even though we just heard his dad say that. Kids, where'd you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
Yeah, I know you do, buddy. Poor little bean. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It will be okay. I do it will be okay a lot. You have to go. I've only done the sorry I have to once when I was doing the We're Not Friends with Cove playthrough. Our unending faith. You can handle it. You can handle it, and even if you can't, he's your dad, right? Yeah, he is. Dusting the grass off your pants, you stood up. So you didn't come here by yourself or with a stranger. He's got to take care of you no matter what. This is a very idyllic way of thinking. Slowly, Cope stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked towards the sound of his dad's voice silent, then turned while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go. You called out yourself, you waited silently with him, you tried to convince him. This doesn't really... These choices are... meh. I usually wait silently with him. It's because with the other two, he kind of gets a little like... He's a sensitive being. So, yeah. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. Here's our moms. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Ryan, you're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove, but then we heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everyone acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. They definitely added another choice here, because there used to just be 3, I'm pretty sure. Or I'm just remembering things wrong. That could be. Why is everyone acting like this is such a big thing? We didn't know where you were. We were worried. Yes, thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. No, we're not doing that one. Shrugged. Yes, I like him. At this point? Shrugging. He's new here. It was okay. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the 3 of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Ryan knows this area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for all of us. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
Bye, Cove. Sorry, I had to look at something. Because I have Kobe's stream up too, and I just hear it screaming in the background. Even though I have it like on the lowest volume. So I was trying to see why she was screaming. I still don't know why. That's okay though. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? You nodded, ducking your head down. It sounds like words. Sure, can I show him my stuff? We're sassy in this playthrough. It sounds like words. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you toward the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Alright. So, this is how we... This kind of affects how our character reacts to things without the choices. You get different things popping up depending on if you go direct, relaxed, or nervous. And then this is how you and Cove react to each other throughout. Because Cove is the main character, most of this is focused on Cove. So we're going to keep it at a steady fond. So this way we'll have friendship. But, because indifferent is just, I had to do the indifferent for the achievement once, and indifferent is just, I don't like indifferent. We'll stick with friendship fond, because we're not going into crush or even love for Cove. That's not the point of this. And we're going to be very direct. Because that is kind of how we're aiming with this character. I've done all three. I tend to stick on the nervous side, and after doing one more, like, I think it was direct or relaxed on the Derek DLC? And I realized I was boxing myself in by always being nervous, so I'm trying to do the other two a bit more. But we're going to go direct, and we're going to go fond. Yes. Yep. We're staying at fond. Yes. Okay, here we go. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Ryan? Okay, now this just happened yesterday. Look, I love this game. There are going to be things I point out about the story with this game also. Like, excuse me. We just met yesterday. We're hardly friends yet. I know 8-year-olds can make friends really quickly, but still, like, I know I'm aiming towards that, but, like, we should chill a little bit. I like him.
How sweet.
I'm so happy he moved in.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah. Huh. I don't know. Am I? Your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. Yeah? With all the exasperation an 8-year-old can muster, you looked at your empty cereal, then at Mom.
Okay.
Okay, attitude kid, we see. Good job, he should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Ryan, could you get it? Wiggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey! Jez family. I'm just gonna call it Jez family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms had called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him, and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. There's a cutscene you can kind of get later that shows hands, and this just affects what bracelet you have on. So we're gonna go with the little crystal bead one. Mom, we're gonna go play in my room. Your guest blinked, but didn't protest.
Okay. Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Me too. I drew that. Thank you? I don't. I drew that. Cool. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the wall. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your room. It is a little awkward. You wanted to say something, but didn't know what, so you let him keep looking. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I do. Look. You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Ah, I forgot about Shiloh. Shiloh? He's friends with my older sister, and he's supposed to hang out here this afternoon. Do I have to see him? You don't have to do anything, but he's going to be here. Anyway, I found this I found this gigantic shell here stuck to an even bigger rock. You pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you had gotten each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, scientific names, collection was so huge, funny stories. No, we're not a voice faltering. In real life, I'm a voice faltering person, as I keep tripping over words. But in this, we're gonna be really nerdy about this and even learn scientific names. You had a whole picture book dedicated to different shells and sea life. You learned a lot by flipping through its pages. Apparently fascinated, either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great, okay, but be careful. You should have asked. I mean, it's fine. He should have asked. Since we're going friendship, I can't say this. Sorry. Fine. What's done is done. You open the lid, peering inside again. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. That's my favorite too. I like a different one best. I could show it to you. You can take it. He never takes it and I always offer it to him. I'm gonna do it again because that's just... It's one of those things where I feel like if it's our favorite too, we could just say that. But if it's not, we're not attached to it. So he could always just take it and then he never actually takes it. Ever. Ever. But I like to offer. You can take it. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. Insisted to let it go. Usually I think I let it go. I'm gonna insist this time. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him at another time. Another time. Okay. I don't think we're gonna... I mean... The Baxter stuff is technically separate, so Cove is still the story. So we will get to that. But as for spoilers, this shell does not come up until the third part, right at the end. Like, when we're graduating high school. That's when the shell comes up again. Like, there's no mention of the shell until that part. Like, I feel like in all the years we're going to know this boy, another opportunity to give him this shell could have come up rather than high school graduation. But you know what? We'll just go with that. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend. You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. It's just Shiloh, and where would you even go? He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked on the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Shiloh is the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt, I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. Okay. This one does get him to stop and we just meet Shiloh. I've done this Shiloh is the least scary person alive thing that also does well. I think I've gone with him also, but look. Shiloh always finds us no matter what. However, given that Shiloh is probably one of my least favorite characters in this entire game, and it's annoying to have to deal with him because he takes up a lot of the little events that we have to do in childhood. Yeah. Good idea, let's go. Hurry, let's see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked up to see that Cove was already taking off away from the house. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, and you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, and neither were you. At that speed, you weren't sure if you could go fast enough to reach him. No. We are a zippy child. We can outrun him. Cove, you ran as fast as your legs would take you, grass whipping around your ankles as you did so. Cautiously, Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere else. I just don't want to see... Ryan! Oh, he found us. You looked back and saw Shiloh huffing down the hill after you, the backpack he clutched bouncing all around along the way. What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind.
Hi.
And here's Shiloh. Oh, hi. Are you Cove? The thing that will always annoy me is that when we deal with him in a later section, when he's older, I can't get away from it. It's part of the main, like, this is the part of the main story, and then we're gonna have little sections that we can choose from after. You'll see once we get through this. He's in this other main section, and I can't ever avoid it, and I'm just like, I don't want to deal with this meeting again. I might not have to if I go the Baxter route, though, so we'll see. Oh, hi. Are you Cove?
Yeah.
I'm Shiloh. Okay. Yep. Are we going back, or are we gonna play outside? Shiloh's eyes moved between you and Cove. The smile remained strong on his face. It got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you had been running away. Inside, we left the box on the floor. My stuff! We need to get it before someone steps on it.
Okay.
With Shiloh trailing behind you and Cove... Wait. No. Words. With Shiloh trailing behind, you and Cove headed back to the house. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. This is a scallop shell I found last week. I kept it because it looked neat. It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green. Or blue. It might be yellow. If anyone hadn't noticed, when our choices come up, they're all either green or blue or yellow. And that is why. Because of Cove. Oh! Those are all cool.
I guess.
See? Blue, yellow, green. Cove's favorite colors. I like those colors too. There are better colors. Not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence. You look back at your shells. I like those colors too.
Awesome.
I don't actually like yellow, but you know what? There's goals with this game, even in friendship. Awesome. Both of them smiled. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you, either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know.
Aw.
Cove, you haven't even met Lizzie. You don't know who Lizzie is. Where'd she go? Hit my mic. I think she's at the beach. Probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Ryan? The park is fun. I love it. The park is pretty great. No. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we gonna find Lizzie? No, we're going to the park, Shiloh. Park, not Lizzie. Lizzie doesn't need help with her ego. I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Ryan! Shiloh! Hi! She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. Here's Lizzie. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
Ah, I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Cove whispered in your ear, quiet enough that the others wouldn't overhear. I thought kids couldn't own places like parks. Or hills. You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie's the oldest. By a lot. My mom say you're Ryan's age.
Yeah.
Yeah? Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. Oh, Lizzie. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Offended by that? I need to go to the land of the ancients, apparently.
Oh.
For a second, it looked like he might cry again. Cove, stop crying. He never stops crying. Spoilers, but he never stops crying. But something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Oh my god, me in like 40 years. Me. Why? We haven't done anything. You exist, Cove. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. I'm gonna go with only some of them don't like kids. We're not going too blunt with him because he is still our friend, but yeah. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. It's not that unaware. I met Lizzie and Ryan at school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. That is the eternal struggle with you. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot, too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, as something else entirely you didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. I felt that sigh. You offered him a small smile that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life. the way sun and lunch and the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Alright, so here are our moments. In step 1, we only have these. I own every DLC, so these are the DLC moments. So, there's nothing per se we really have to do here. It's interesting to get some of it for Cove's backstory to do all the moments. But for Baxter, which is technically our aim, he's not in any of these. There's one in step 2 that I might do. I'm just thinking. We might do the shopping one because that does give us something that we'll need later on. Well, not necessarily need, but it's nice to have. And the Fireflies one will give us the moment, the picture moment that we need. But the rest of it, like both of these, deal far too much with Shiloh than I really want to deal with. The rest of these are okay, but again, since this is not a Cove playthrough, I don't feel like we need to do all of them, because you don't really need to get that involved into Cove's story. Do I even want to do these? Yee. Let's do the Fireflies one at least first, and then I'll decide if I actually want to do the shopping one or not. Which I still think I do want to do the shopping one, just to get the keychain. Yeah, Fireflies first.
Alright!
Tonight we're gonna catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your mac and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a familiar sight over the summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be tons of them around. Balmy? Sometimes, language. Oh, you are you? Yeah, you started eating faster, you looked over at your mom's, you pushed your food around your plate. Okay. So there's little choices you can make that show your character's kind of discontent with your family, but it's never allowed to go very far. Like, you have these little moments of, like, getting steamrolled a lot, but at the same time, like, the core of this is that your family loves each other. I feel like they should have gotten a little more, given more options with that for more conflict, because she's allowed to have all the conflict in the world and you're not really. So, but that's not the main part of the story, so I get why they kept it like happy family for the most part, but still, like, then just don't give me choices at all that would suggest we're discontent. So for this one, like, if we pick this one, it's basically because we're annoyed that everyone just decides stuff for us. So, but for this, because we're practically no thoughts head empty this playthrough, we're just gonna say, yeah. You rock lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we? Mrs. Zedge. Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally, she would pick him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she could get your moms to agree.
Well,
It's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response.
There.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full.
Fine.
Fine. Just make sure to stay on the hill behind the house with all the poppies, okay?
Duh.
That's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth?
Jeez.
Someone's gonna die. Sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped up out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was.
Huh?
You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Cove, what are you doing here? In an instant, you hopped out of your seat and run over, a wide grin on your face. Cove returned it with a small one of his own. Bouncing up and down on the balls at your feet excitedly, you tugged on Mommy's sleeve, hoping she'd ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Oh. Thank you for the raid. I don't have a raid alert set up because I don't expect to get raided. So, oops. Thank you, Kobe. Oh my god. Why so much crab? Was there crab? I don't have those emotes, so I can't do your crab emotes. Were you enjoying Far Cry? I heard you screaming earlier, but I wasn't sure why you were screaming. Oh, good. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver out from the large side, where it's out from his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. I guess so. You do scream a lot in Far Cry. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye! Shut up, Lizzie.
Thank you.
Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her eyes and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call and let him know that you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Hi.
Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Are you gonna catch fireflies with us? You can come outside with us too if you want to. You weren't sure what to say now. Oh no, we full force. Are you gonna catch fireflies with us? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. It's a lot of fun. Cove grinned at that, and you knew he was intrigued.
Yeah.
I can do that. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere where he used to live. A bit? Yeah. Yeah. We can't go until after dinner. As she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. I mean, eggs are very good. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions, as it should. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you could stay for a little while if you like, but he's going to come get you before he gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. Yeah, Baxter. Yeah, I have to get to him. I want to do the firefly scene. Oh, yeah. Oh, you just saw. Sexy monochrome man. Yeah, I know! That's why! It's Baxter! You never got to him because you didn't get further than that in this game. But normally he shows up in the third step and then again for the wedding DLC. But now he's in part 3 and part 4 with his own stuff. I'm mostly getting to part 2. I might actually skip getting the keychain altogether once I finish with this firefly thing. My main part in part 2 is to do the soiree thing, because if you go alone you have a chance to meet him, but because there was never a picture, it's just a description that gave us the hint that it was happening, and then he remembers you when he comes in part 3. So yeah, no, Baxter is very hot. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Come on, let's go. After a moment, he did.
Bye.
The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get further and further away.
Hurry up!
Shut up, Lizzie. You're so slow, Ryan. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw a Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not going to come? You tugged him along, you walked with him, you waved at him to hurry, you ran off. Either of these are okay. We're very energetic in this playthrough, so we're tugging. Good morning! I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, that was a lot of wells, but you know, you got the idea. Come on. It's not morning. I keep saying good morning when it's not morning. It's literally like afternoon. You reached out, first for his cast arm, then corrected yourself and grabbed his other instead. He stumbled a bit at your pull, but went along easily enough after— I haven't gotten to the DLC yet. I started a new playthrough, so I'm getting to it. But I'm looking forward to getting there. I'm like trying to speed run the Cope stuff to get to the actual thing. So theoretically enjoying very much, haven't actually gotten to it yet because I I did the same thing with the other DLC, the Derek DLC. I still had to make a new playthrough and like kind of get through some of the Cove friendship stuff before I actually. It's an issue. When you arrived at the hill with Cove in tow, your eyes widened at the beautiful sight. There were lots of fireflies out, glowing against the backdrop of the dark sky. Lizzie was already standing on top of the hill, and Shiloh was running around near the middle.
Wow.
I too would say wow. And I would also freak out at having that many bugs around me. Thank you so much. I am sure I will enjoy it. I'm going to get there as quickly as I can. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. Shiloh giggling, you and Shiloh giggling, quietly looked on, shoo the bug away. I'm not gonna shoo it. No, we'll giggle. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you, and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? You gestured. I do actually know how to say this word, but it always comes out wrong. And he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped and then followed after the glow. Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. Yeah. Oh, do you? Oh my goodness! Look, I was very excited for Baxter DLC because I was always sad we couldn't romance him more on the initial playthrough. Like, I tried my hardest. I think on one of my playthroughs to like... I was aiming for that. I was like, Thank you for following! No, Baxter's a real cutie. I love him. I love him in... Step 3, I loved him in the wedding DLC. I tried to push for that too, even though we were getting married to Cove. I was still like, tell me more about how you're feeling, Baxter. Tell me about that time. Yeah, I pushed as far as I could before he was actually implemented as a romance option. Yes, now he is. I'm very excited about this. I think this is the last DLC they're implementing for this game. They have another one coming out eventually, but I don't know how much work has been done on it so far. But it's another Our Life Now and Forever, I think the sequel is going to be. Am I thinking of that right? One of those. Something like that. But yeah, with a whole new set of characters. Eh. I know. My favorite game. So sad. No more. I just have to play it a million more times just on my own. Spotting one close by, you approach it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept towards it, arms outstretched. Yeah, now and forever. Okay. You close your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. That is horrifying. I mean, you always make your own character to a degree. It's just the way you make it. I don't know if they're changing it in the other in the new game. But for this one, like, you make it, you just don't see it very often, except as the steps go by. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around a firefly. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. There are plenty more fireflies. You can try again. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insects still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand, and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over the top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. Dude, they're 8. We're gonna stay still. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. And here's our, it's our little hand cut scene. Well, picture. And see, that was why we picked a bracelet earlier, because it changes depending, and the band-aids also change depending on your choices, so. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked! Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Ryan. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low 5. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone.
Sorry.
You scolded him, you forgave him, you teared up. Tearing up over the bug is so funny, but when you're going for more of a love direction with him, like, you can only get up to crush, like an 8-year-old crush with it, but like, you forgave him. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Yeah, bugs should stay outside. You hear that, bugs? You should stay outside. Outside. Let's get another. For friendship, we're going to collect more. When I go the love route, I usually just sit and watch them. With renewed vigor, you ran out onto the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. You were having the time of your life, racing up and down with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background.
Ryan!
You followed the sound of Ko's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you'd learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying it for himself. There were a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success, with the both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out, and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily, and his face seemed really flushed. That was fun. A lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
Ryan, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. Fuck off, Lizzie. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. You didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi!
Go!
What is she doing? Oh, really? Because they're taking too long? Oh, yeah. Oh. Also, nobody told me I was blocking words. Hi, Cove. Oh, hi. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down in his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it? Yeah, I didn't notice really either, and I've looked over a few times, but it's better now.
I guess.
Look, I don't read every word, because I stumble over words, so people have to read. Otherwise, they might not know what's actually going on. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Go.
Really?
Why? You don't have to. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine. I'll be the winner, whether you join or not. Yeah, I know. Look, my silent reading is much better than my out loud reading. Because my silent reading moves faster than my actual mouth can make the sounds. So I wind up tripping over words a lot. But it's okay. That is why everyone will see my mouse moving around with me to keep me on track. Like, I can't stop doing that because if I don't, it'll be even more of a mess. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point as you stood next to him. Yeah. Countdown! Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. What's his name? I can't change it. It's Cove. It's not Cove. Not Cove. Cove. That's okay. Sometimes, unless I'm really thinking about it, I keep wanting to call him Cole. It's not the same. Cove. Kobe. Kobe. I also just call you Kobe. I don't really call you Cobes. So I wouldn't say that. I say Kobe. Cobbs. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. Cobb! Cobb! I won! Almost immediately, he fell back on the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, sputtering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad. You got lucky. 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 Lucky? Lucky? Lucky. Wow, words. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. Ugh. You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes. Cove. And saw he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills. But the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. Okay, the four of you walk back home together side by side in your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. I mean, okay, real talk, Kobe, he is autistic. So, like, he's actually, like, written that way. He's dead ass autistic. So you knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Alright, we've done fireflies. I'm gonna end summer. I like getting the keychain, but that's not really the point of all this, so, like, we already have to go through all of step 2 beginning, so we're ending summer. Yes, we're moving up in the world. We're getting older. Oh, right, we still have the whole ending scene. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You'd like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Oh yeah, because we didn't go to the shopping street. There's magicians there. And balloons. We didn't do that scene, though. Neither did I. Oh, no. We are so dull. Let's get out more. No, stay inside. Be a hermit. He didn't do real magic, Mom. Legit. Okay. No offense to the character design and whoever voiced her throughout all the scenes. If there was ever an excuse to not want a child, Lizzie would give you it. Maybe it's just me. She will never not annoy me. And I think that's where my frustration in not having, like, a little more arguments with your family come out, because I'm just like, I just want to tell her to go away. At one point. But it's fine. How do you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute this claim. Yeah, that's true. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. We are 8. We're 8. She's like 10. She could probably help a little bit more being 10, but we are 8. We should not be cooking. Is this Harry Potter? We are not cooking dinner. We are 8. Yes, lesbians. Lesbian moms. Please, can we play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Okay. Best puppy dog eyes it is. Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what?
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot in the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well...
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Exactly, an adult who can actually use a stove. You. You were the one that said that. This is Pam. That's not Pam. This one's Pam. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you let her coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. Yeah. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Times and Trinkets, or maybe at the playground, or Fireflies are probably still coming out, right? Don't I get a say in this? Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome to welcome. Look, I do manage to catch it as I'm saying it. It's just, it means I say things multiple times because they will come out wrong the first time. Don't I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. I have never followed Lizzie. No, I did follow Lizzie. On the indifferent playthrough, I followed Lizzie, and I think it was just like, you go home. That's it. Hi, Kappa. Cove gave you a smile that you just couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started to head to the waves. No worries. This is a visual novel game called Our Life, Beginnings and Always. A DLC came out today. We're getting through the first couple parts so we can get to the DLC part. This is the main love interest that we grow up with. I've already done him so many times. So we're doing friendship with him, but I have to get through this in order to get to the actual person we're going to romance. So, but yeah, I love this game a whole lot. I've done it many times. As in, I got to the end of the game with him as our husband. That's what I mean. It's like a romance visual novel. In kind of like a growing up, coming of age kind of story thing. So yeah, he is very much like Kobe. He is obsessed with the ocean. Obsessed. Hyper fixated to the extreme. Never ending hyper fixation. Yeah. Yeah. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. It's a good toss. It's pretty neat. Can't skip rocks to the ocean. What are you doing? Looking for my own rock. Look for rocks. Found a shell that would suit my purpose. Smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. Yes, that is what would happen to me. When he looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When did you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. That's not very long at all. That is a while away. You didn't think a few weeks was that bad. That's not very long at all. Are you excited? Cove gave another half-hearted shrug. I would be. You'll have so much more fun at recess. Cove let out a huff, plopping down to the sand. It's emo time with Cove again. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably already be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later? Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Okay, so you hate it here. This can be your home. It'll be alright. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It'd be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we can go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. It'll be too cold by then. You smiled, so he knew you were only kidding. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything, eventually. That I'll feel better. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove, and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you first started going to school, you had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you've never met before. Things changing is hard. I'll make sure you do. Cove laughed just a little, but you grinned, proud you were able to drag one out of him when he was obviously feeling down. Even still, a second later, his eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave Cove a big smile. I hope so too. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You would definitely try to help, in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here that Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time really had gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned one of his own.
Ryan,
Thanks.
thanks.
Oh, you're still saying it. It was nice. Where you were right then. There we go. But the two of you couldn't stay in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and the summer behind. Okay. Ugh. Took so long. Alright, in between. Okay, we're changing. I'm gonna change our change our look around. That one maybe, and then tiny ponytail. Yeah. And our pronoun is gonna change to they. Sometimes I do a full transitional thing, but I think we're just gonna go to they and just keep it that way. Nothing. Oh, earrings. Earrings. I can't see the earrings that I really like, so we're gonna go with the silver hoops. And no braces. Everything else is fine. Yeah. Okay, we're still direct and fond for Cove. So let's just save, because it's been a while. Okay, so because it's already been so long, we only got past the first thing. We're gonna do a thing. Where is Spotify? Do I have it on this scene? I don't have a microphone on that scene. So give me a moment. We're gonna up the Spotify a bit. I'm going to steamroll through the second part so we can get to the third part, basically, off camera. Because if I have to read everything, it's gonna take too long. So, look, it's taking too long to get to Baxter. So I have to, oh right, I get to customize Cove also, I forgot about that. Do you want to see me customize Cove? Look at Cove. Give him different glasses or no glasses. No glasses. I always like that shirt. I like those pants. And yeah, Speed Demon time. Also, if anyone was wondering what was under his cast, that was what was under his cast. Got a little nasty. I give him all like the hippie beachy jewelry. Those PJs are fine. And then, no, we always go with the black jacket. We probably won't get to it because I'm not doing the... Oh, Derek! We're not crushing on Derek this time. Derek is the other DLC, and he comes in step 2. So, I'll switch over scenes and show you guys Derek once he pops up, just so you could see him. But we're not dealing with Derek right now. But he's gonna be the same. We're doing the little fondness for him. So I think it's this. No. It's when they're teenagers. It's step 3 that we get the information about his arm. So in the next one, switching back over to this. Okay. What actually wound up happening is before his parents told him, or right after they told him he was getting divorced, he was feeling rebellious and, like, got some kids to take him out on a jet ski kind of thing, and there was a crash, basically. And his arm got, like, hurt from it. It could have gone a lot worse. Like, he's lucky he only got out of that with just, like, an arm scar, but, you know, he was also 8 when this happened. So it was kind of like, you know, traumatic for both his parents. I'll be switching over to the scene a couple times just so people can see, like, yeah, he could have died. He legit could have died with that sort of thing. Oh, we're 13 here. Yeah, seriously. Oh, there's so much to get through. Oh. Alright, here's a question. I have to decide how tall we are. Do we want to be pretty tall? Really short? Average height? Do you guys have a preference? I like to make myself, like, abnormally tall. Or kind of short. Like... Gonna make ourselves, like, giant tall. Yeah. Shut up, Paps. Sometimes I want to see the world from a different perspective, okay? Okay. I mean, do you guys want to see me, like, speed run through this? I'm gonna feel like I have to read it if I'm showing it, though. Oh. Look at Shy Boy. So shy. Okay, we're still friends. This is not a confession scene that we're looking at right here, even though he's made it look like a confession scene. His dad sent him over with, like, a fruit bouquet. Okay, then we're just gonna skip through fast so you guys can see a little bit. I'm not reading it, so you're not gonna be able to read it either.
Yeah.
Basically, his dad just sent over, like, as his friend, I'm just gonna tell him he's cute. We like Hot Daddy. I always like his dad, though, even though he tried to bribe me when I first met him. Oh, here comes Derek. Here's Derek. His DLC is actually really fun, too. When you get to his DLC, we're not doing that either during this. But I might do another thing where I do Derek's DLC, since it happens earlier. It's less annoying to get to. But, like, he grows into such... He's so buff when he grows up. Like, literally, he's so buff. But I like his family a lot. Like, I like the dynamics between his brothers and him. So,
Hey.
but Baxter. I know, but Baxter. But Derek came out first, so I did his. Yeah, he is worth it. So if you change how you refer to yourself, they always make some sort of mention of it. And Derek will refer to you as whatever pronoun that you have assigned yourself. So, like, this time you said guy and pal. Like, if you're still presenting female, he'll say guy and girl or guy and gal, whatever it is. Guys, if you're both boys, that sort of thing. So it depends on your transition. If you go through the Cove storyline fully around this time, yeah, in this specific step, if you go through all the moments and you have transitioned at some point, even before, if you haven't transitioned, though, you still have conversations about, like, sexuality and, like, ooh, I hit my mic, I'm so sorry. And just gender stuff, especially if you have transitioned, it becomes part of the conversation that you guys have. So they do address it actually kind of nicely. I like the way they address it, in all honesty. Okay. Okay. Yep. We're attached.
Nice.
Look, we have no care. We always wind up eating the fruit anyway. So... Oh, right. Okay, this plot that's at the beginning, we will never deal with.
Nope.
Sure.
Basically, Derek saw a new kid, and since kids are, like, never here, we have gone to investigate the new child. Nope, here he is. This is Jeremy.
What?
He's an asshole. There are a lot of people... Okay. So there's a situation later on where you kind of see him again over a video call after he's grown up a bit. And he does get hotter, technically, than this. Like, his hair is basically better. Yeah, no, he is a dick. But, like... And people want to date him, also. I never, ever, ever do any of the nicer options with him because I know it has no effect on this character whatsoever. It doesn't matter how nice you try to be to him. He will always be a dick back to you. So at this point, I'm just like, F you? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I paused it now. I had Spotify playing because when I was in the other scene, you wouldn't be able to hear the game. And if I was just, you know,
No.
zooming through all this, then I wanted to have, like, some sound for people to listen to. That was why I had Spotify playing.
My parents.
Right.
Okay, mean Jeremy.
I guess.
Blah, 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 blah.
I guess.
Who peed in your cereal this morning? I'm just gonna say calm down. Oh, angry.
Stupid.
Oh. Apologize.
Okay.
We are gonna punch this boy in the face. We're not actually gonna punch him. We get stopped, but like... we balls to the wall on this playthrough. If you... but you only wanted to spook him. He was the one who started things and you were ready to end them. Yeah, I'm ready to end them, Jeremy. And the two of them stopped me. Because, really? Really, boys? You should just let me punch him.
Wow, what is wrong
Okay,
with you?
Jeremy's gone now. Yay. We don't have to deal with Jeremy.
This sucks.
Oh, we're gonna eat some fruit.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Nope. We're not saving it. Why not? Let's eat it. Yep. Fruit.
Are you sure?
We'll take some melon.
Yeah.
Talk about the Land Before Time. Sure, fruit makes us feel better. They're so disturbed by the fact I wanted to hit someone.
I mean,
Ugh.
Are we ready for summer break? Yep.
Hmm?
Oh, Subway. Why? Oh. Jimmy John's is better than Subway. Why are you even saying Subway? Delete that from my chat right now, Subway. Yep, here's Elizabeth, still as annoying as ever. We did eat the fruit, that was for us, though. We ate the fruit.
What?
How rude should we be? Get over it.
What? So immature.
And we run. Considering how tiny he is here, he shoots up so much in a few years. Like, as an adult, he's like so tall. Also, the big thing with his storyline is just that he's technically the oldest child and there's a lot of responsibility put on him, even though his parents try not to. His parents aren't actually bad. It's just he's the favorite older brother of his youngest brother, and his poor other middle child brother kind of gets pushed aside a lot because he's like quiet and shit. But and just him dealing with all the responsibilities that he thinks he has and that he sort of does have because of circumstances. And we're just over here like, yeah, okay. Okay, we're home. Yay. Derek's waiting with us. I wonder if this changes things now that we've said that. Okay, so we've kept him in the friend part now, but even before his DLC came out, there were always hints that Derek had a little crush on us. But since we've chosen... Okay, so Cove's interactions with you and his feelings for you always mimic whatever choice you make for him. So if you choose friendship for him, he will always just be friendship with you. If you choose crush with him, he will always have a crush on you. I wonder if they did the same thing for Derek, like if now that I've chosen this friend route for him, if he's not going to show that he has the crush anymore. Oh, there's his little brother. This is the littlest brother, Nicholas. The one who's very, very attached to Derek.
Derek!
He's so cute, though. George.
Nicholas.
Nicholas. I love George. Everyone should love George. Despite the fact that on my playthrough where I dated Derek, you know, I dated Derek, but there's a point where you have to, like, say who your favorite is. I always say my favorite is George. Because everyone just loves George. Or, should I say George or should I say Jorge? I don't know what the proper way to say this would be. Because you can say George, but you could also say Jorge. Don't know. I don't think they ever say his name in the voice lines. They say Nicholas, they say Derek. I don't know if they ever say his name. His hair is this messy into his teen years. It is always wild. Yeah. Yeah. Latin American. That sort of thing.
Hey.
Yeah, I would think so too. Yeah, this is all the stuff they added in after the Derek DLC. Before that, it was just you waiting out, like, outside, and then Derek, like, went off. So they added all these characters in with the Derek DLC. Woo, Jimmy Johns! Yeah, it does. That's why I was kind of like, I could say George, but I could also say Jorge.
Good evening.
Hello.
I love seeing the boys.
Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Yes, Mom.
Now they're leaving.
Let's go.
Ooh. Yeah, I agree, Paps. Okay, they're gone. Oh, we have to call our cousin.
Hi.
Is their cousin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Eh. This is one of those examples I have of dissatisfaction, but it not actually being a factor in anything. Like, you're allowed these little moments of dissatisfaction. So this is about the phone. Can't move the phone unless a call was in progress. Your mom's could be unfair. You thought that made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. Like, I feel like if you have your character think your mom's could be unfair, that should affect things later on. Since all your choices dealing with the love interest, to a degree, affect things later on. To a degree. Like, not everything. Like, the way this game is kind of coded, your choices matter and don't matter at the same time, because it's whatever affection level you've chosen to go with, basically, that really decides things. But I don't know. Moms are unfair. I don't enjoy how strict they are. Yeah, strict mom. They are strict moms. They're really strict moms. Like, that's not an exaggeration.
Cool.
Okay, we're talking with our cousin, blah blah blah. Talking about getting a cell phone because she is like, it's sort of implied that cousin's part of the family has a little bit more money. Implied. But then again, our moms belong to a country club, so I don't know, maybe we have money too. Like, I'm not sure, but they don't really go into that, but like, you know. Figuring out how well we do in school. And I'm just gonna say that, because it's easier. I don't need to have a panic over grades this time. That also.
What's up?
Petition for more vacation. I'm gonna say that there's nothing good about any school, in all honesty.
All right.
Art supplies. Talking about Jeremy. Mean. He was mean. Ah, yes. Sister drama.
Come on. Bye.
Sometimes I fight with her about the phone. It doesn't get us anywhere, but it makes me feel better to fight about it. You would think it would be over, but it's not over. There's a noise at our window. No, she is. I mean, she's 15 at this stage, so, like, I give her a little bit of leeway because she is just being an older teenager who doesn't want to hang around with her younger sibling kind of thing. But she was that way when she was 10 also. So, you know. It's a common theme with her no matter how old she is. She sort of mellows, I guess, when she's in her 20s, but, like, it's still there. And then, okay, you know the issues I've talked about? Well, they don't even have, like, a huge age difference. There's only a couple years between them. But it's one of those things where she's been a bitchy older sister throughout my entire childhood, and then for some reason when she's in her 20s, like, we're supposed to get past all that and just be like, yeah, I'm your sister, so we love each other kind of thing. And that's not how it's how the story goes no matter what. I can't get away from that storyline. Like, no matter what choice I make, like, it's just like a theme thing. Like, I can't get away from it. But personally, if I had more of a choice in this game, I wouldn't deal with her. It'd be one of those things where it's like too little too late. Like, no, just because you're 20 now and supposedly more mature, it doesn't mean that we get to ignore that you never wanted a relationship really to begin with. So, but again, while the family is a main aspect of this game, the whole point of it is to just romance Cove or Derek or Baxter, depending on who you're going for. I like the DLCs. I just wish, like, I don't mind doing friendship with Cove. I wish there was a way to deal with DLCs faster than going through the whole Cove stuff, because if my aim is to get to either Derek or Baxter, you know, yeah, friendship with Cove is great, but okay, Cove's at my window. There he is.
Hey.
What are you doing? Visiting? Why? Parent problems. So basically, Cove's mom, instead of him going to visit her, she's coming to stay with them here this summer. And he's not dealing with that well. Because right now it's a secret. Like, his dad didn't actually tell him. He overheard the conversation on the phone. And, you know, like any TISM neurodivergent person, we don't like surprises. And so he's frustrated with the change to his routine that he's gotten used to. Oh, the air quality is really bad today. Okay.
Are you okay?
More worried for you. Oh no, a headache for 3 days. Do, 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 do. We're foot nudging this time. Hey, guess who unintentionally slept over?
Oh my god!
Oh, really? Oh no. Did the meds actually help you? Because I thought you couldn't take meds at night to sleep. Because they didn't actually work. Oh. He's climbing down, going back to his house. Because he's not supposed to be there. Just leaving.
Why?
Oh! Yeah, okay. No, I get it now. Headache meds. Picky.
Hi.
I forgot how long this beginning was. Hey, look who this is. Cove came from such hot parents. It's honestly ridiculous. Like, his parents are so hot. They're also pretty young when they had him.
That I do. My baby.
Oh, right. We have to go eat at a restaurant.
Sorry.
Yeah, you haven't seen the dad in this section yet. So the phone call that he overheard last night about his mom coming wasn't even in a while. It was like for today. Like next day, surprise. So not only did he get thrown off of his routine, it's like, hello, she's here. And she's gonna be there the entire summer. We love Kira though. Kira's cool. I know.
I see. Hello. Of course. I'm fine.
I mean, I'm fine that they want to let me go, but like,
Marvelous.
Yeah.
Well. Come on.
Chinese restaurant.
Noted.
We're gonna have water. No lemon. No. No. Because it doesn't matter. So, for information, whatever drink we choose here, which is why it doesn't matter because I'm not doing the Cove stuff in step 3. At one point in step 3, we get to go to a farmer's market, and I think even if you're still friends, he still gets you a gift kind of thing, especially if you're like interested in each other, if you're at the crush stage. He'll buy you a fancy version of whatever you get. So if you get like water with lemon, you get like fancy sparkling lemon water or something. If you get coffee, you get fancy like artisan coffee or something like that. He gets you it in a really nice bottle. So that's the point of that choice. But it doesn't matter now because we're not dealing with Cove. So like,
So,
oh, I didn't mean to. Okay. We spend time on art. Digitally. And drawing. And that's it.
thanks.
She's like, should I be really rude? Nope. I don't need to ask another question. I'm trying to get through this.
Very cute.
Seriously?
Okay.
So she knows how to handle his issues a bit better, which is why he can be more open with her. They're very alike, in all honesty. He's very like his father, also, in some ways. His dad is the kind of person where he tries to make everything right and winds up making a million mistakes because of it, but his intentions are always in the in a good place. He kind of like bowls forward without paying attention to details, and she actually understands her son a little bit more, which is why he can actually talk to her about this. Because otherwise he wouldn't share with anyone.
I see. I'm sorry.
I mean, no.
It's all right.
Oh, there he is. There's Dad. Seriously, that boy came from two of the hottest people in this game. Like, so hot.
Huh.
Look at them. Oh no. Like, just for a moment, just imagine the kind of life these two had before they got divorced. Before they had a baby. Like... Okay. Okay. Aha! So here's our moments. We got through the beginning. Still have to get to the end. Yeah, thank you, DLC. Here's Derek's DLC stuff, which we're also not doing, but he has his own soiree people. I know, 2 extra hot people like that don't work. They didn't work. Is the bunny back? So the problem is I still do need to do this DLC moment, because this is the first moment we meet Baxter. And I want to have that moment for when we actually meet Baxter. So we have to do soiree. We're just not taking anyone. And actually, I'm gonna put Kobe, be prepared. Spotify's on. I have to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. I have no mic on the scene, so I shall be right back. Okay, I am back. So sorry. Considering the time we will get to Baxter, I'm just not sure we'll get through all of the Baxter stuff. I think I'll have to finish it during tomorrow's stream. But we'll actually get to Baxter after this. Like, we're almost there. We just need the introduction. Abandonment. I really had a pee. You don't understand. So much water. My bladder hates everyone. My bladder hates me. Okay. So, you'd whiled away the morning doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It's while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your mom's approached you.
Hi.
Hi, Ryan. You okay? Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything.
Alright.
Great. We wanted to have a little chat with you. That's not ominous. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. I forgot to pause Spotify. It was unsettling. You perked up. Irritated at the interruption, you groaned. Irritated. We're always irritated. Nothing good came of any conversation that had to be announced ahead of time. You weren't sure you even wanted to know.
There.
Don't be like that. It's going to be a good chat. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. The Cypress was the country club your moms were a part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, some event or another with all fancy names like soiree. Sighing, you drummed your fingers and waited for the grand reveal. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. We decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You'll still be coming with us to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry, you gotta wait a couple more years. That's not fair. What isn't? I want to stay home too. She had a sitter when she was your age. Being left alone for most of a night can be dangerous, and we have to make sure you're ready. But don't complain too much yet. Yes, you might change your mind about staying when you hear what we've got for you. Temporarily placated, you held your retorts back and listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turned coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
Since it's a pretty fancy party, that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone as a date, if you want. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your moms took advantage of your uncharacteristic silence to continue filling you in on the event. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's A-okay too. That's amazing how disappointing you didn't even know how to react. For this? We're gonna say how disappointing. You would expect something much better for how serious Dan made it sound.
Don't worry about it.
The soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got to... This is like last minute. Tomorrow! Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what had just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. Lost your appetite. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. So, for the soiree, you can... I think you technically have to use Derek's soiree thing in order to go with him. I think you could still invite him as a friend. Pretty sure. But I'm not 100%. I think if you try to contact Derek in this one, because this is the Cove one, it just winds up that he's not home when you call his family. You can invite Cove as, obviously, love interest, if you want, if that's what you're going for, or as a friend, or we can go by ourselves. So, we're good because of what we're doing. We're not bringing anyone. There's, like, pondering that you do if you think about it being a date or stuff. I forgot they make you, like, go on this, like, walk to the beach. I wasn't reading it. I'm so sorry. It's just like, look. We're pondering. We decided to go on our own. For some reason, we want to stare at waves. That's all that just happened. Finger was standing in the ocean. It's Cove, obviously. I thought we could skip Cove if we decided to go alone. But apparently they still make you come talk to him. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes met. Smiled. We're still buddies, so like this isn't like one of those playthroughs where we don't like Cove.
Ryan.
Hey Ryan, what are you up to? My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at their country club. A soiree? Sounds exciting? Cove tried to show a level of enthusiasm, keeping his grin pinned in place, but you could tell that he had no envy towards your plans. Oops. 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 I already said I wanted to do this on my own. Why are you making me have this conversation with him? I decided I want to go by myself. Attending by myself. Elizabeth is staying home. My moms will be there, but I don't need to hang around them if I don't want to. So if you have like crushes on each other, or yeah, you can only have as far as crush up until this point. He still doesn't want to go, but he will go if you ask him. If you ask him to like, you have to specify if you want it to be a date or not. I haven't gone with him as a friend. I've gone with him as a date. And he gets freaked out by everything. It's like a total meltdown that happens. But yeah, it still winds up being like, okay. Hey, that's a big thing for them to let you do. I hope it's fun. The strain had gone from his smile, which is back to being genuine. He was so worried about being asked. That's why I feel guilty on doing the soiree thing and making him go, because he so obviously doesn't want to go. He handles the party and the third step much better. Thanks for letting me know you're not going to be around tomorrow. That's it. Return to the water from whence you came, fish boy. Cove rolled his eyes, but he still nodded goodbye. Shaking your head, you waved Cove off as he crossed down to the shore. And then you began to head back home, feeling good that you had settled your plans for tomorrow. I don't know why this had to be a settlement thing. Maybe they thought you would still invite Cove. I don't know. You crossed the threshold to your house as alone as when you first set out. You considered the available options, limited as they were, and hadn't felt right about any of them attending tomorrow's event with you. At the sound of the door opening, your mom popped her head into the hall.
How are you?
Hi, Ryan. How's it going? I was thinking about what you and Ma said about the soiree tomorrow. There really isn't anybody I'd want to take. Your mom seemed unfazed by your decision, nodding as you came to join her in the living room. You dropped onto the sofa, comforted by the cushions that pressed into you. Oh, that's fine. There's going to be plenty to do at the party anyway, so it'll be a good time just for the three of us. No need to push yourself into going with anyone if you don't want to. This whole thing is a pain. Elizabeth gets the easy option. It's not fair.
It happens.
That's how it goes sometimes. Sorry. But I promise that your ma and I will do our best to show you a good time tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Mom playfully nudged your chin with her knuckle. Come on, it won't be that bad. Ma and I know all about having fun. Mm-hmm. The rest of the afternoon passed. Blah, blah. Back in your room, you idly moped about the upcoming soiree. At times like this, you wished you lived somewhere with more kids your age around. It was just going to be one evening, but it seemed so much more than that in your mind. You were going to hold your mom to her promise to make sure that you had fun. Okay, getting ready. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. So, no matter what, I always dress up for this thing. Like, I've never even looked at the casual options. I just go full formal. We honestly like dressing up. There was something magical about the sheen of an elegant fabric and the cut of formal wear. Something that transformed everyone into a more sophisticated version of their normal self. To start, you decided to wear... Okay. No matter what gender I am presenting as in this game, I always choose a dress. I don't like dresses in real life. I put them on in every game that I play. Dresses. The one you picked was light and had sheen. The silky material seemed to glide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for a summer evening party. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. Okay, we don't need to go through all the descriptions of putting a dress on. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you'd gotten the opportunity to wear this. Dresses might be seen as reserved for girls for some people, but that wasn't a concept you bought into. If you wanted to wear one tonight, then you would. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. There's another thing. I think you could do it with this one. So there's a camping moment that we can do also, and if you're doing a crush on Cove, I always do that one first because I can't remember if it's a thing that happens in this or not. But if you push him in the right direction for an answer on certain questions, you'll find out that he really likes ankle bracelets. And even if you're just doing a friend thing, you could still push that answer out of him. And sometimes if you're waiting to go to crush for the next step, and you're taking him as a date on this one, or even just as a friend, I think you have the opportunity to also wear an ankle bracelet for this. I don't remember if... I know you can do it for sure for the dress-up scene in the third set. But I always feel like there's an ankle bracelet option in this one, and then I think I always get confused. So there might be an ankle bracelet option in this one, or there might not be. But I always do the camping one first before I do this one if I'm doing a Cove playthrough because of that. Because I want to get the ankle bracelet option. Because then we have the nice moment of Cove not knowing what to say when he notices it. Oh, look, here are our parents, lesbians. They looked up as you entered.
Oh,
Oh. Ryan, you look so nice. Don't you think so, Pam?
thanks.
Thanks for dressing up, Ryan. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo.
It happens.
Okay, well, it's about that time. We should say bye to Elizabeth before we head out. Who knows? She might not make it through the night, and this will be our last chance. Ma shook her head at her wife's choice and jokes. Mom just chuckled. Elizabeth! Moments after the call, you heard your sister's feet on the stairs. Elizabeth waltzed into the room, eyebrow arched. She'd been summoned, but wouldn't be hurried. You're still here. Well, I know you're excited, but we haven't even said goodbye, and I want to go over how things are going to play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listing the rules, ticking them off on her fingers. No ordering takeout at other deliveries. You can't have anyone else come over.
Uh-huh.
She nodded, resigned to her fate, listening to a set of rules she could predict without so much as a glance at the crystal ball. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Holdens. Keep the noise down. This house might be empty, but there are people all around in the neighborhood. Words help. Usual house rules still apply. Don't do anything you wouldn't do if we were here.
All right.
And we'll be back no later than 11:30 p.m. But we'll call if there are any issues, so don't tie up the phone line all night. She's totally gonna tie up the phone line all night. Right. All done? Can you go now? Ma strode over and swept Elizabeth up in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise, her eyes widening, and suddenly looked much less like the smug teenager she acted like. You're such a big girl now. I still can't believe it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. This wasn't the quick departure that she'd been hoping for. Any chance of it ending soon vanished as Mom joined in the hug. Neither can I. It feels like it was only yesterday that Elizabeth groaned, trying to cut the reminiscing off without success. We're glad we're not the ones getting that treatment. As the baby of the family, you knew that routine far too well.
Jeez.
Can you all just go? The embrace finally ended as your moms unlicked their arms from your sister. Fine. They're so overbearing. And they're so strict. Like some of those things are fine. Like, I get it. You're leaving your 15-year-old alone. No, they're totally too strict. Like, they're, like, beyond strict. Like, it's amazing these children can ever leave the house, in all honesty.
Goodbye.
Okay,
See you later.
we're leaving.
Yeah, sure.
Private time! Yeah. So, Ryan, how do you want to tackle the party? I'm a lone wolf. A wolf, huh? You have been looking hairier. Is it a full moon tonight? That might be bad news. Very funny. Thanks, and noted. We'll stay out of your way while you're on the prowl. The ride continued on with some silence and moments of casual conversation. Almost there. Have you got your dancing shoes on? You look down at your feet. The shoes were as stiff as if you just picked them off the rack. You didn't have much cause to break them in. Yeah, I went for the glass slippers tonight.
Alright.
Fair enough. You pulled up at the country club. The sun has sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the actual event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration, with stark tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians, dressed in matching black and white, were setting up their instruments and flicking through the pages of sheet music. And, as promised, there was a table covered in plates of beautiful food. The space itself wasn't the only thing you recognized. There were a number of familiar faces who were also regulars here. You and your parents exchanged greetings and caught up with those you hadn't seen in a while. There was a lot of cooing compliments about how wonderful you looked. Oh god. Before you knew it, the sun had tucked itself away for the night, taking its place where hundreds of twinkling lights. The party was beginning in earnest, which meant you needed to figure out how you were going to make the most of it. Okay. I think watching the band play and searching for someone to dance with will both get the Baxter scene. We'll search. See if that does it. You toed the edge of the dance floor, looking for someone who might be interested in joining you. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you glanced behind to find a boy with dark brown eyes standing there. Look at him! There used to be no picture here. There was nothing. Ah! At a guess, you estimated he was around your age, maybe a little older. We finally found him. Look at him. So young. Are you planning on dancing? Actually, I was planning a bank robbery. Looks like I got the address mixed up. Dancing might be an okay second choice. He does become a handsome man. Smiling, the stranger nodded at your response. We should dance then. It's perfect timing. A new song is just about to start. Surprised at how easily, you were flattered, you felt uncomfortable, he put you off. No. Flattered. We're gonna be flattered. He simply continued to look over your face, even lifting his hand up for you to take. We accept. We're happy to dance with him. You took his hand in yours. The only acknowledgement he gave was a casual wisp of a smile. You suspected this was as routine for him as a handshake. Ah! I've done this scene with Baxter once. But it was before, obviously, this DLC was put in, so there was never any picture here when this happened, so it was just me staring at a blank background while I was reading all this shit. The start of something new. Oh god, everything leads to High School Musical, I swear. Together you walked out onto the dance floor. The boy's stance shifted into proper form for formal dancing, confirming your earlier suspicions. He clearly had lessons in this area, which explained his casual attitude about securing a dance. A lot of the country club parents put their kids in classes like that, whether as part of a last-minute panic before a big event or a weekly extracurricular as soon as the kid could walk. We take dance classes regularly as well. Because I always like actually matching Baxter's dancing prowess. From the way he confidently guided you into position, you would guess that he'd been the one who was enrolled in dance classes for some time. Yet you had come to the country club quite a few times over the years, and you struggled to recall seeing him before. The first notes of the new song caught you off guard. You began to dance, your unknown partner taking the lead. You were aware that almost all the other dancing couples were men paired with women, which was not the case for you and this boy. We don't fucking care. We're at ease. This is a welcoming environment. Your two moms wouldn't be members otherwise. Not being the majority didn't mean there was any problem with it. The two of you moved to the music as you proved your own skill on the dance floor, competently keeping pace with the music and taking deft steps that matched his. The boy's eyes lit up. Your partner and you were quickly able to get into a groove together. You wondered what his motives for picking you were. Had the decision been entirely random? Though you were curious, short of asking him outright, there was no way you could tell. The style of dance dictated by the music meant that you were spending a solid few minutes in very close proximity to someone you never met before. It was peculiar to think that you didn't even know his name, but you were near enough to notice a small birthmark on his neck. Right there. There it is. You could just ask for his name, but he'd shown no inclination to talk once you begun dancing. While you were considering this, the song came to an end. Oh. Your hands released, and he politely took a step back. Thank you for dancing with me. You have nice legs. Yes, I do. He breezed away before you could formulate a response to the unprompted compliment. It wasn't a feature you were accustomed to people commenting on, good or bad. He disappeared into the crowded dance floor, just like that. It was a mystery if you'd see him around the country club again, or if this was the first and last time he would saunter into your life. Well, there was Baxter. The first moment. That's always been in the game, it just didn't have a picture. You could always dance with Baxter at some point. If you came by yourself. Only if you come by yourself. If you don't, if you come with either Derek or Cove, the scene doesn't happen. Do something else. Watch the band play. I'm not reading this stuff. We're watching the band play. That's it. Playing was good. Nope. We're gonna keep watching the performance so that the party ends. Number of guests had dwindled steadily over the course of the evening. The refreshment table, once crammed with plates full of food, was host to sad platters of what little morsels remained. The nearing conclusion of the soiree prompted you to look around for your parents. Within moments, you spotted them heading towards you. Ryan, there you are. Good to see you again, kiddo. Your mom has had a lot to say about the evening and what you've been up to. I saw you cutting a rug on the dance... cutting a rug. It's so old. Your mom said it in a joking tone and did a boogieing mime to accompany it. Oh god. I'm sorry to inform you, but nobody says that, Mom. Yeah, see? We know what's up. Mom just laughed at the reaction.
Hey.
Who was that guy you were dancing with earlier? I didn't recognize him. Can't tell you. That's top secret intel that he didn't give out freely.
That's fantastic.
Ooh, mysterious. He must have been a guest of a member, or he could have been visiting the area. The Cypress has other branches in different towns. It seemed the topic would have to be left there. It was unanimous that nobody knew anything. Wasn't the band lovely? There's nothing like a live performance. Yeah, I liked it.
Let's go.
Alright then, let's get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing. Okay, looking at the party, blah blah. Oh, we actually had a good time because we had Baxter. Okay, soiree's over. Okay, summer's ending! Oh, we have to go through the ending part of summer. We're bummer. We don't want to go back to school. We're going through this quickly again. I'm not reading all the end. We really like Kira, because we do really like Kira. Kira's awesome. Downstairs. Cove, our friend.
Hey.
Bestie. Oh, if you do Crush in this set and you have played your cards correctly in all the other moments or whatever, there is a chance for a kiss during this scene. And he freaks the fuck out about it too, because he's not ready for that much affection. But still, it's great. So you can. We're not doing that. Yeah, a little preteen teenager kiss. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. There's an almost kiss that can happen when you do the camper moment thing. And if you do that, he brings it up in this. And if you're on the Crush stage, it only will happen, I think, if you're on Crush. It doesn't happen in Fawn because you're just being friends at this point. And it definitely doesn't happen during Indifferent. And you can't do Love until step 3. So you have to be on Crush. You have to, I think the almost kiss has to happen. I think it could happen if you haven't had the almost kiss, but it makes it better. It's juicier then. I've gone through every single scenario with this boy. Like, I know so many different ways these scenes can go.
Don't worry about it.
Kira's leaving today, that's why we're doing all this. Yeah, that was a very short moment in the bedroom. That can go much longer. Oh, is she really? Oh no.
Oh.
Hi.
I'm so glad.
What do you think?
What's wrong?
It's okay.
Really? All right.
Certain things need to happen in order for you to be witness to that conversation. I've only actually gotten that once, I think, and I think I had to go full on affection with it. Because I think after the kiss, he warms up, even though he has a freak out about it. he warms up about it. Like, he doesn't do it when you're in the fond. That's another crush thing. In some scenarios, he'll actually talk about how upset he was that his dad planned this as a surprise and everything in front of you. So you do get to witness that whole thing and their whole family dynamic and stuff. But I'm pretty sure you have to be in the crush theme for that to happen. There's also different points in the moments where you can bring up Cliff trying to bribe you at $20 at different points. There's like one moment in each section that you can bring it up. It probably won't be brought up in this, or you can never bring it up. I find that bringing it up as a kid can go bad, but it also gets resolved more quickly. The most satisfying is to bring it up when he's this age, because it really helps their relationship when that comes out. Bringing it up when he's older, in step 3 it's okay. I've waited until like we're about to get engaged and like that sort of stuff, like all the way to the end of the game. And while his reaction isn't bad, it's definitely actually worse than some of the younger, emotionally, than some of the younger revelations are. So I think if you get past step 3 without bringing it up, just never bring it up, because it's not worth it to me at that point. Like, it's not necessarily a bad reaction in step 4, but it's not one that I felt resolution from, if that makes sense. Like, at that point, I was just kind of like, that just made him sad for no reason. He had a good reaction afterwards about it, but like,
Well,
Oh, she's leaving. Bye-bye.
what's up?
Oh, it's Derek. Hi, Derek. Oh, right, we have to have Derek's little
Sorry.
scene.
Sorry.
Da 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 da. Takes so long to say goodbye to someone. Oh, she's in the taxi. She's leaving. We're waving. Ooh, food. Yeah, when to order your food. I don't know.
Well? How sweet. It's okay.
Lunch.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Come on.
True.
This is probably why I don't remember what these things say most of the time, because the way I'm going through this is how I go through it a lot of the times. Like, I read it completely, like, the first 2 times I did this.
So? Awesome.
We're walking on the shopping place.
Maybe?
Oh, right, we're gonna see Jeremy again. I forgot
But-
about that.
Why?
Yeah, he gets pretty upset as a kid, but it's also smoothed over pretty easily also. But because of the timing of it happening, it helps him get closer with his dad, but it doesn't actually change things all that much because he's still such a little boy. It actually does the most change for the relationship if you tell him at this age.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Jeremy. Nope.
What?
I don't understand why they put so much importance on Jeremy. Like, there's a point where you can even run after him and have, like, another conversation with him. And I was like, there's just no point to it. He's just always going to be be mean and bad. Like, ah, yes, we must start the piggybacks.
What?
Yes. It doesn't matter what our relationship is, I will always make Cove piggyback me. Always.
Hey, everything okay?
Good kid.
Yeah. Now.
Not bad. Aw.
Hmm.
There.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
Oh. Yeah, I am gonna ruffle his hair.
Dude.
Oh, now we're having the little Derek moment. So, this moment was also always in the game, but it actually makes sense more with the DLC because it comes up later if you do the Derek DLC.
This sucks.
It's like the almost confession.
Sorry.
I'm just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I like this scene, so that's why I'm reading it. Yeah, I could be with a guy. Okay. Then.
So,
He's so cute with his little crutch. So, what I mean is there just any guy that you think of as kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. So one time I told him Mr. Holden, his reaction was so funny. If we do the Cove thing, we usually say I like Cove. On his playthrough, I think I said I like you, or there are a lot of guys I think are cool. I'm just gonna say I don't want to be rude and say not right now, because I still want him to kind of do the promise thing, and I don't know if not right now will get me there. There are a lot of guys I think are cool. Maybe you don't get what I'm trying to ask. No, you're being really obvious. I'm being deliberately obtuse. So...
alright.
You know, thinking ahead and everything is important. You gotta get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans. Especially backup plans. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends. That if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Together. Like, they get married and stuff. So I was thinking, so it's good to have plans. It might be cool if we, did Something like that. Yeah. Yes, yeah. This is always in the game, but we didn't get conclusion on this until, you know, his DLC came out. Basically, his whole DLC, like, in the... This is also in the fourth part. In the fourth part, when we're, like, adults. Like, that's kind of an overarching thing that neither of us are in relationships, so, like, we're calling in on this, like, pact that we made. Even though neither of us actually were doing it because of the pact. So... Just, you know, then we never have to worry about the future. Or finding someone. We could set it, like, a whole decade in the future. Forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets, student loans, and cars, and... So yeah, what do you think? So that's a good idea. You accepted the deal because you're fond of Derek. I'll think about it. I don't think it'll work. Or do you like me? We're gonna accept the deal because you're fond of Derek, but Derek, I'm sorry, you're not the focus of this playthrough, but I love Derek so much. Like, I wouldn't mind ending up with you. Really? Oh, same here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna shake on it. Official. If in 10 years, I, Derek Suarez, am still single, and if 10 years, you, Ryan Zedge, are still single, we both agree that the two of us will get— I'm not gonna be still single. We're not doing this. We're gonna shake. You are not the focus of this playthrough. Stop making yourself the focus.
It's a deal.
It's a deal. I'm totally gonna call him fiance. Look, he's so happy now because of this possibility of the future. Derek's still a really good friend even if you don't end up with him, so it's fine. Because Derek is like good guy number one.
Hi.
Jorge. My favorite. I wanted there to be a romance option for this one. In honesty, I love him so much. Oh, Nicholas.
We got a good summer break, huh?
I haven't really hugged anyone on this playthrough, so I can't actually hug him. I realized that I haven't been very huggy with this character. So, pat shoulder. Bye, Derek.
Have a good one.
Oh, Okay. Okay. Are we almost? No. We're not calling Lee. We're just letting it. Oh, God, Cope's gonna come to our fucking. No, we're gonna leave him alone.
How are you?
We can chase after Cove. He might show up at our window again. I think he still shows up at our window. Yep, he does still show up at our window. Fucking Cove can't let me go on to Baxter. Cove, please. I know you're the main character. Hi, Cove.
Ryan.
Apparently we have to go to the beach with Cove. Okay. Oh. We're done. In between. Ah. Have to change our hair again. Ooh, do we want to do, like, that one? Maybe just, like, a little on the bottom? Yes. We can change to my other earrings that I like now. I do like those, but I almost wanted that one, but I could do those. Oh, that's all. Yeah, it's all still fine. Pattern. Sure. I always give myself black nail polish. And that nose ring. Yes. Done. We're still fond and direct with Cove. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna give Cove that hair, no glasses. Thank you for the follow. Hold on. That one, right? Me having to change the hair to see all the earrings. That one. Yes. And now I can go to the hair that I want. And then shirt. We'll go with that one. My favorite pants. I legit have outfits that I prefer for Cove that I always keep on. We're just getting to the DLC, like, now. It took me far too long to actually get to Baxter because I decided to start over. The nice thing was that I did the soiree scene where you can meet Baxter to dance with, and there's actually a version of him there now instead of it just being blank, and that was really nice to see. So we're getting into it. It's just me and my... Look, I take too long. I was trying to get through it quickly. It wasn't working. I mean, it doesn't actually matter what swimsuit he has on because we're not... Yeah, I kind of rushed through a bunch of it. Like, I didn't do a bunch of the moments or anything because the point was to get to Baxter as soon as I possibly could, and it's already been 3 hours and I haven't gotten to him yet. So now I'm like, okay, I took too long. Do that. We're in this one, we're at 18 now, I think. But we're getting to it. This is also going to be really long. I don't know if you want me to read through all this. Basically, Derek isn't around. Back to school routine. We keep in touch, but... Oh, right. No, we keep in touch with Derek. We don't care about Jeremy. I don't know why Jeremy had to be pushed so far forward. Summers, and now... All right, our friends. Second year of high school, someone new started to visit named Terry Brooke. And she made friends with Cove. And she's our friend too. Okay, look. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, enjoy your playthrough. We never did the birthday on, yeah. So Miranda, we had a chance to go to her birthday party in the second set of when we were 13. But because I skipped over all the moments, we never met Miranda. But yeah, both Terry and Miranda are our friends that we had no choice in having. But we have them. I have opinions on some of the things we had no choice about. There's nothing wrong with either Terry or Miranda. It's just one of those things where I'm just like, no matter what I do, especially when you're doing the birthday party, like literally no matter what I do, I wind up being this girl's friend. It doesn't matter what kind of playthrough I'm going for in this. So, okay, we have a real friendship. Our moms are now officially married and can wear their wedding rings. They're official in the US. She's still irritable. Elizabeth is still irritable. Like, let's not lie. Call her Liz. She went to college. Yep, closer with his dad. Because we gave him more of a warmer personality, he's nicer to people and he made more friends and stuff. If you give him like his really cool personality, he really is only your small group. He's friends with you. He became jock studious. Yep, we're still friends. Blah, blah, blah. We're graduating high school soon. I'm pretty sure we're like 18 here. Okay. First summer of true freedom. Here we go. We're starting. We do meet Baxter here, so we can go through this scene just fine. One fine summer morning, you took in what had been a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcome at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she moved away, you lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. That's not... See? Forced into relationships. The only choice I have is my love interest, and even that's not much of a choice. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. Piggy eater, politarian, pescatarian, vegan, vegetarian. I like meat too much to be vegetarian, personally. But I've gone, like, all routes with food. I'm just gonna say picky eater. And the meal you had reflected that. Your moms were happy to make food that fit your needs, along with dishes for themselves that didn't, though you often made your own food nowadays. But it wasn't only you who had a diet that excluded certain things, as Liz had been a vegetarian for a while. Here's lesbian moms. Conversation had gone on idly, without you fully taking in the words, until your ears were piqued when Ma started in on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Ah, no, I didn't mean to do that. I clicked the wrong button. So sorry. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us, what's the so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz had always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their path. So these, again, we didn't interact with them because we didn't do all the scenes, but these are the mean grandparents that Lizzie told Cove about when we were 8. So that's who they're talking about. They're not going to be at their condo anymore. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them then. Have a good summer. Mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. Finally, they can piss off. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? I already am them. Joke's on you. You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well,
At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore.
Lonnie.
And that blunt comment got laughter from all 3 of you. Engrossed in the conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Third time's charm, but we're not doing third time charm because we're doing elsewhere. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. I'm still tall. Vertically gifted, yeah. I'm so vertically gifted. And I feel great about that. My height, I'm pleased with my height. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or 2 I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes. In year 1 of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I'm shrugging. She was barely talking to you. The words were mostly for her own sake. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college. If that's even your plan, what is going on with that anyway? I came to a firm conclusion recently. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. The choice of what you're doing for the future doesn't come up until later, so... we are graduating the top of our class, and I'm glad it's behind us. You achieved a lot, and can take what you learned with you moving forward.
You're a good kid.
You're a good kid, Ryan. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. So you say. Thanks. You're a good big sister. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belong. My cell phone. Look, we are a just vibrate person. So if we had done the other one I wanted to do at the beginning when we were 8, we would have had a keychain charm to attach to our phone, but it's fine. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. and big sister. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was purple. I had a special charm, which was a lantern based on the game Lake of Voices, a small shell, a crystal, a string of beads, a heart, a music note, a cat face. We would have another choice here if we had that keychain, but we don't have that keychain. So, crystal. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping the accept button, you answer her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi.
Hi, Ryan. Sup? I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin.
Pleasure.
She giggled, and you can hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. Oh, should we have a part-time job? Yeah, we'll do the part-time job thing. Like you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal.
Cool.
So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? There was a friendly sense of genuine curiosity in her tone. She had always thought well of him. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next-door neighbor for the past decade at this point. He's essentially family. You couldn't imagine him not being a part of your life. Have you been hanging on without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Aw, my bad. Can you really blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months, and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still... Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. No, he's visiting his mom. It's fine. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. Sad and lonely when it happened. And you gave him special treasures to take before he left. Some were just to borrow, and others were for him to keep forever. He sent you letters while there in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that.
Well,
Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic? That works. Blah blah blah, talking. Oh no. Oh, it's this part. Okay. I'm hardcore skipping this part. I know what this part is. I don't like this part. I will forever not like this part. I don't like that I'm forced to do this part every time. So, massive skipping.
good.
We avoid driving. Okay, here we go. We're still arties. I still have choices. Oh, graduate. This is when the shell comes up again. I already have a gift.
So.
Here we go. The part that I hate.
Hey.
This is the Shiloh part. Look at Shiloh, all grown up.
Hi.
Hey. Okay.
Sorry.
Come on.
Do-do-do.
Excuse me?
Bye.
Uh,
Okay. Gotten past it.
right?
Off we go. Not dealing with Shiloh, because that storyline literally has nothing to do with us and everything to do with Liz, and I don't care about it. I'll be heading up to your room, I mean the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door.
Mm-hmm.
You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place, and we're both in town for a visit. That does happen. We can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. She flashed a familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. I can't word anymore. With that, she plodded off to the spare room, and you were ready to do the same. Ah, great. We can design our room. I forgot this was a thing. Well, I didn't forget. I knew it was still a thing. I just forgot when it happened. Purple. I like doing the art stuff. Honestly, usually I don't take the purple room because of the layout and the stuff I want on the floor. But that's good. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Cove Holden. Ah. These scenes make so much more sense when you're doing the romance stuff. It seems so overly dramatic for people who are friends. But look, it's good art of him. What the hell? Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he suddenly disappeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain.
So,
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I'd figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, a mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. That's when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in what he called... Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. Laughing. The delight bubbled out of you as a fit of chuckles. He could never even attempt to hide how he felt about anything, including you. Cove dropped from his seat on the windowsill, landing lightly on his feet. He made his way over to you, the smile still resting on his face. I missed you. Ruffle hair. Cove rolled his eyes as he vigorously rubbed his head, sighing as your fingers tousled his hair. You both knew the exasperation was all for show. I missed you too. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Welcome back. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden... Okay, the descriptions, please. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. We're not dating! Obviously. Was the trip any good? Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. He's just our friend! Yeah, he's just our friend still! Things were settled as much as they could ever be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Want to come with me? You know I do.
cool.
Cool. Piggyback. Normal thing in our relationship. Wait up! I need a ride. Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your senses he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it held such appeal to you. It's a piggyback ride. Okay. He crouched down just enough for you to hop on his back in a practiced move. As there wasn't much of a difference in height between you, he didn't need to bend down much at all. And with how often you've done it, there was no trouble in climbing aboard the Cove Express. Cove straightened up with poise, accustomed to bouncing someone over his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door is going to be in the way. Get off here so I can open it up. He bent down to let you slide safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. We still look down at everything. We're huge. We're so tall. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued. Really? You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. It was... Okay. This is where the orange shell makes its reappearance as his graduation gift. Now, he will be thrilled with an orange shell. But I'm also like... We're graduating high school and we just give him a shell that we could have given him in the 20 years we've known him. Or we can make him something. I could have bought him something also, but I never go that route. For this playthrough, I'm only going to give him the orange shell. I usually go this one and make something for him. Grab the shell, housed in the same box since you were a little kid. There had been a long time since you'd taken it out. The grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line of your favorite song was to your ears. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he never accepted your offers to take it. You hope that might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. How many times did we actually try to give him the shell? I just want to know, how many times did we try to give him this shell? When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lift your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. Please take it, or I'll have to smuggle it into your house. I really want you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, though no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours silently and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. Finally! Taking the damn shell. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. You could have had it for so many more years before this. Cove reverently laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure, because he's crying again. Though his face is angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove?
Ryan.
I don't know what to do! Dude, it's just a shell. Calm down. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove. It's okay. Do you need to cry? No. You're already crying. He's already crying. Look at him. He's already crying. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place.
Bye.
Thank you. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck, his shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. Such a crybaby. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasp that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really seriously too nice to me. We're your best friend. We're your bestie, of course. You have no right to call anyone else too nice. Oh, okay. I'm going through this a little bit faster to get to the Baxter stuff. But, oh, right, Shiloh. We don't care about Shiloh. We literally don't care about Shiloh. Talking about how we saw Shiloh, and Cove just doesn't remember who Shiloh is. And now we're telling about the mean neighbors that aren't coming back. Ah, next day. Here we go. We're meeting up with our friends to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Oh, having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile.
All right.
So what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. I get into no trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up budgeting the dishes away over here. Alright. Here we go. Daddy! Sorry. But Daddy! As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing in the road. They noticed you too.
Hey.
Hey there, Ryan. Hi, good timing. You should come join us. Ruffle hair. Immediately, Cove caught that you were homing in on his hair, and he dodged your hand. He tried to give you a stern look, but he was no match for your teasing grin. He rolled his eyes, and all was forgiven. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. No, sir, this is not that playthrough. Your son is lovely. I've married him like 5 times. No. So what are you up to today? Me and Cove are meeting some friends later. We're gonna paint the town red. Exciting. They won't know what hit him. Cove shook his head disapprovingly, but you knew him well enough to tell that he was entertained by your notion. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Maybe it'll be a single dad and his son. Well, anyone has to be better than the last 10. I'm gonna say maybe it'll be a single dad and his son. Cove snorted some airy laughter at the suggestion.
Oh?
You think we'll have some competition? For several moments, Mr. Holden was unable to answer. He was still chuckling when he put his hands on his hips and tried to compose himself.
Nah.
Absolutely not. We're the #1 father-son duo in this town, and no one's changing that. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Of course. I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's. Thank you for the follow. Over Cove's shoulder, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. It is literally the one thing you do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. Mr. Holden was one of your favorite people. He always tried his best and was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street for a while. I'll stick around to see the new neighbor. Curiosity about the new tenant was getting the better of you. Your mind was already swirling with too many thoughts about what they might be like. Really? Uh-huh. I can't leave until I find out what they look like, at least. Cove nodded at that. You noticed that he seemed much happier about his task now that he wasn't going to be waiting alone. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. Ryan, you're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky in all of Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that you momently forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at that sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
This has to be them, right? The only people who come out here live here. It has to be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Are you ready? Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you expected. It's time. There he is! It's Baxter! It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. Yeah. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, and with a firm click, he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black, suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his business, he strolled forward and lightly tapping on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight, around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. Hello, Baxter. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Look at all his rings. Cove finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. We don't hug. We haven't hugged on this playthrough. So, like, we kind of have to shake it. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Welcome to Sunset Bird, Baxter. I'm Ryan. Hey, Ryan. I am quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. Yes. Good friends. Good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sarcastically amused scoff. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment.
Really?
Now wait, is that a nickname, or is that your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous.
What?
It's really not. No, I agree. It suits you.
Not bad.
Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you, living with it for this long. But I promise, to the onlooker, it's a knockout. Cove couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, it wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. He began to speak, but suddenly stopped and closed his mouth. He became absorbed in his own thoughts, tapping a finger to the side of his chin as he stared at you. You shot Cove a confused glance. He shrugged in response. After a few moments, Baxter had that same smile curl from before. He removed the finger from his face and used it to point directly at you.
Hmm?
We've met before.
What?
What? When? Baxter continued to smile widely. His head tilted slightly to the side as he studied your visage. It's embarrassing, but I haven't remembered that part yet. He laughed cordially while Cove stared at him in disbelief. Baxter chuckled further, mirth growing at what must have been a very amusing situation in his mind. I'm getting there. Don't tell me. I know you want to, but do not. It'll come to me. He continued looking you up and down, hand back over his chin while he racked his brain for answers. And then, recognition appeared in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, he announced his revelation as though he had forgotten his own birthday. The Cypress, at the summer soiree, of course. Turning away from you, Baxter began rambling to himself about the details. That had to have been before any regionals, so at the time I was about 14 years old. That makes it 5 years ago from now, right? Cove's mouth fell open.
Seriously?
Are you kidding me? Is he serious? Did you really meet this guy at that country club party 5 years ago? You certainly had. You've never forgotten the mystery boy. You weren't sure what to say or what to do. He appeared in front of you so unexpectedly then, and he'd done it again. Cove's eyes darted between you and Baxter again. The instigator of this discussion lightly gestured with his hands in response. It's not good to forget a face. You see, my parents are members of the Cypress. They happened to be passing through on a trip across different states when they heard about the event.
To be honest,
Funnily enough, the entire reason they joined was for the connections they can make with other members there. Looks like that perk has finally hit for me too. Originally, I thought it was only any good since I could occasionally dance there. I know his voice is so deep. It's so deep. I've heard it a little, but yeah. Baxter suddenly stopped and stood up straighter. He grinned. Dance. Oh yes, that's what I was gonna say. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing earlier. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Well... He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. I know. Kobe, you know my taste. You think I took one look at this man and didn't be like, why can't I date this one? Because this is my taste. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Thanks. I'll pass, I think. Probably show you some moves, or I'll take you up on that offer sometime. Cove is a sweetheart. I love Cove. It's just nice to have options sometimes in these games. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. I look forward to that then. You and Cove be your little autistic asses staring at the sea, like having a grand old time on the beach. After that, there was a lull in the conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh, yes. Well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Cove was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Yeah, you would. Oh, he loves looking for shells. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hitting away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No. That isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Though, would I be fussed if that's what my word led to? Also no. I'm flexible. Not a surprise, I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if you can. Yeah. No, he says this even before the DLC. Like, there's a reason I actually tried to get with him before the DLC came out, because I'm like, well, they put this in here. Does that mean I can? Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you, and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I don't think I'm interested in that. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. I'm finding it pretty entertaining, or it doesn't bother me. That's the guy. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm finding it pretty entertaining. We're gonna go with that one. Baxter laughed at that. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. Oh. Look, we're really blunt in this playthrough. All we were doing was waiting for you to finally show up. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already. Not bad. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we could save the schedule talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye! Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Oh, right, we still have to do that. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Ah! Direct. Crush. Baxter, comfort, interest. I mean, we could be relaxed with him, but I'd rather be direct and do the crush thing. Yes. Feelings for Baxter. Yes, we're doing crush. What level? Oh, Baxter can have high initiative. I give Cove high initiative too. But Baxter on high initiative is probably... Oof. You were looking forward to seeing more of him. Or we thought it was charming. More. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend good friend. Friend in big-ass quotation marks. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. We're gonna go through this a little quicker also. We're meeting up with our friends.
Hi.
Hey, buddies.
Here are our friends. This is Miranda. I accidentally clicked ahead, so... And this is Terry.
Ooh.
sorry.
I forget what's going on. Like, it's us hanging out with our friends, but I don't remember what we did.
No way.
Hey.
He does environmental stuff.
So,
Eat.
no way.
Skipping ahead a little bit. I was like, hello? We're talking about new people. Hold on a minute.
No. No way.
Summer courses for community. Oh god, this is all new shit. Hold on. I should have actually been reading. Okay. Good news for someone else. I didn't even know she had a brother. When did older brother Jude become a thing? Okay, well, her older brother Jude has a new boyfriend. That's great to know. We don't know who Jude is. He's never been mentioned before. Apparently, I vaguely know who Jude is. Mid-20s. Own place, real career, everything. Okay, now we have to actually read shit. Jude existed at a whole other stage of life than you, and hanging out with his much littler sister's friends had never been on his to-do list. Okay. He's been single for a few years now. It kind of seemed like he just wasn't interested in anybody, and that was true, basically. There wasn't anyone here for him. He's dating a friend he's known online for a long time. They've been playing games together since college. This is my theory, but he might not have dated anyone else because all he wanted was to hang out more with that good friend, but no one ever say that to him. Ah. He never even hinted that there might be a thing there until one day they were suddenly dating. But besides that, what is funny is that I don't even know his name. Jude didn't talk about him to us until they had already known each other forever. And now Jude has started talking about him all the time, but he just calls him Grant. Wait. I think I vaguely know who this is supposed to be, but I've forgotten. This is loosely tied to the Derek DLC, but I can't remember how it's tied to the Derek DLC, so now I'm just like,
Huh?
Is his name not Grant? It's not. It's an inside joke about how they talked about school grants one time when they were first becoming friends. They thought it was funny how Grant was also a name, and we're going all, oh, I bet Grant could get a grant. Okay, so in a really amusing turn of events, one of my dad's brothers was called Grant, and my cousin is also called Grant. I have family members who have this as a name. My uncle's dead now, but you know, I still had family members who have this as a name. Then it escalated to joking about a Grant being named after some person called Grant. His friend made Grant his username for everything, and it still is today. You barely had a concept of Miranda's brother, and that one explanation was everything you knew about his boyfriend, but the story gave a real impression of who they were. Okay. Maybe if they get married. I feel like we know. I might feel dumb if this ever comes out in this DLC. I'm gonna have to go back and play Derek's DLC because I'm pretty sure. And now that there's something about that. It's not Jorge, is it? Oh, we're talking about Baxter. There's a new person renting a condo in our neighborhood. Really? From one tale of an unusual character to another, Cope spoke of Baxter Ward as if he was a local legend. His name is Baxter. He's in college, though he doesn't look like he's much older than us. Maybe Miranda's age? He's not going to be what you expect, no matter how much you try to guess. The description put Terry on the edge of a non-existent seat, and she was about to fall off it somehow.
What?
A new man in town, who's our age. Cove Holden has been holding out on us as usual. I won't guess. You tell me what he's like. Monochrome. I mean, as much as I want to actually answer monochrome, I'm probably going to answer the charmer one, but I still just want to say monochrome. I can go back. Hold on. Okay. Intriguing. He added on to your initial description with a couple thoughts of his own. More explanation was required to make any sense of it.
I mean...
Baxter is a bold. He says whatever he wants, and he dresses dramatically. Everything on him is black and white, even his hair. Huh? Cove had been correct. That kind of man had not been considered in the realm of possibilities for Terry or Miranda. But I don't care that he has a style or that he's not shy. What I don't get is the way he acts so impressed by strangers who have done nothing. He said he wanted to hang out with us, me and Ryan, this summer, and all this other stuff, and that was the very first time we'd met. I have no idea why he cares or why it was so easy for him to say that to people he knows nothing about.
Uh-huh.
So, you got his number?
No.
No. Cove's eyes squinted and his nostrils squished inward from the incredulous scrunch that suggestion had given him. Considering the picture that had been painted, he couldn't understand why Terry would imagine anything like that had happened. Oh, that's a good idea. I wish. I'll ask later. No, we simply shook his head. Oh, that's a good idea. Or, I wish. Oh, it's the same answer no matter what, so we'll go with that. That's a good idea. Then do it, and you should too, Cove. You don't meet a social butterfly like that every day. The black and white color scheme proves he's a rare specimen.
Ooh.
This Baxter is flopping around the town, coming to appreciate our two good buds, Cove and Ryan, right? Like flower buds, and he's a butterfly. Terry, that pun is such a stretch. Well, he sounds like my kind of guy, and we could always use more friends. I'm not so sure about that one. It's as shaky as your bud metaphor. This was escalating. The more fired up Terry got, the more Cove and Miranda wanted to shield themselves from the embers? Embers. I know what you mean, Terry. The more the merrier. I think it'd be nice if we can get along. You shook her head. Whole conversation had you snickering. The group of four was evenly split between the sociable and the shy. That line was clearly drawn with this discussion. No longer moving forward, Terry stood there with her hands on her hips.
I'm on it.
I'm gonna meet Baxter. Right now. Cove completely stalled, except for his lips, which sputtered a response. What about getting food? I know the way. You can all go ahead. I'll be back before the food hits the table. You'll see. Terry's light chuckles contrasted massively with a hefty sigh from Cove. You're actually going to go to a stranger's house and ask for his number? That's the plan? Yeah? Why do you gotta be like this? If I wasn't like this, me and you never would have been friends ourselves, and I probably wouldn't have been friends with Randy either. I don't live in this town. I can't miss an opportunity to connect. Otherwise, that'd mean leaving it up to chance, or fate, or Cove's ability to have relationship progress on his own. I don't have all year for that. He'll be gone before then.
We're cool.
Not to insult you for going slow, Cove. You're good the way you are. Baxter can be a butterfly, and you can be a snail. There was affection in Terry's extended metaphor, but Cove still frowned at the almost certain correct assessment of how his connection with Baxter was going to develop.
No.
I don't like snails. How about a sea turtle then? Okay, I'm a turtle. Good, you can accept that. Or to be General Chow's chicken. I'll get his number. Inspired by the name of her meal, or perhaps her meal was inspired by the sudden mission, Terry gave a military salute before flipping around. Miranda and Cove simply watched in disbelief. Hold on, I'll go with you. Ryan? Cove gave a halting yell, but he had no intention of stopping you. He just had more foresight than you in that instance. What are we supposed to order for you then? Oh. Fried rice.
All right.
He let you go, and you found when you looked ahead that Terry had stopped in her tracks. She waited for you after you announced your intention of joining.
Thanks.
I knew you were a bud. The trip back wasn't long. You barely left your neighborhood before the announcement of this change of plans, but there was no time to lose. Together, you sped down the sidewalk, around the bend, and in only a few minutes, you returned to the ever-familiar slope street. I don't actually know how this is going to go. Terry's feet took her halfway down the road, smack dab between your house and Cove's. It was a forced habit. Which is his? She asked the question so naturally you almost missed realizing that she wouldn't have known where to go even if you hadn't decided to come after her. Almost. You didn't know why you done that. It's more fun than waiting around. Got to come when you didn't want her to go alone. You wanted to see Baxter. It worked out for both of you. You pointed a hill towards one of the rectangular houses back up higher on the hill that she passed right by. That's it. Oh, glad you're here. Let's go. She hoofed it in reverse upwards to what had been the Forbidden Fortress. Though the former danger that haunted those halls had been released, and instead it was claimed by a proper gentleman. Terry fearlessly rang the doorbell. She never understood the true terror of the Donnells, but one might think there would be some hesitation in the action. After all, she was still approaching the home of someone so unfamiliar to her, she hadn't known which house it was. But they would have thought wrong. Terry remained fully confident in the decision. You stood at her side with hardly more justification to be doing this. The door opened, and there was the man you met just 30 minutes ago. Baxter had said goodbye for today when he left then. What an overestimation of how long it'd be before you once again show him your face. Oh. He must have believed what he said, because seeing you raised his brow and put a questioning edge in his exclamation. Why were you back? After the initial recognition, though, his features all smoothed out into his default expression. Lidded eyes and a curved smile. Welcome back. Ryan, it's a pleasure to see you. And you... Baxter's head angled squarely at Terry. It was at a playful tilt. You weren't there before. Still keeping his face turned towards Terry, his deep brown eyes shifted towards you. Ryan must be popular to have such a rotating collection of company. I expected as much. Baxter blinked, and it was as if he'd never taken focus from Terry for even a second. His attention was on her so fixedly. He held out a hand decorated with sleek black rings to her, then gave a cordial introduction.
Nice to see you.
I am Baxter Ward. How nice to meet you. The offered hand received a sprightly slap, a side five, in place of a shake. I'm Terry, a friend of your neighbor's. His interest was piqued. Baxter far less subtly looked between the individuals making a house call, trying to gauge the motivation for it. With no hint to go off of, he settled for asking directly.
How
I
are you?
see. And what can I do for you, my neighbor and friend of my neighbor's? Terry was gonna come either way, but I thought I'd check in. Is the condo nice? It's lovely. His voice was distinctly sweet and soft. The tone might have been born from a simple appreciation of the condo. Or it might have been because you cared to ask, and the quality of lodging was irrelevant to how happy he was to answer. Ryan here, and Cove, not here, talked about you moving in for the summer. It sounded cool to me. I decided to see you and your black and white hair myself. The reason people were unexpectedly at his doorstep had been revealed. Baxter's response to such an intrusion was pleased. He instinctively brushed a few strands of dyed hair, smiling all the while. Well, thank you.
Uh-huh.
You sounded cool, and you are. Let's swap numbers.
Really?
Really? This town is truly neighborly.
Uh-huh.
Oops.
Really?
I'm not from this place. Terry's reason for seeing him was far more tenuous than Baxter assumed. She didn't live in the neighborhood, or the one next past, or anywhere in Sunset Bird. She laughed heartily over it. Baxter snickered much more wryly. Neither of them had a care in the world. Then it's this social circle from wherever they come from that's so friendly? Even better. Does that mean I can have your number?
Certainly.
That would be excellent.
All right.
Good, good. Terry pulled out her cracked cell. Baxter did the same thing at the same time. His phone case was black and white. No surprise there. They hovered closer to each other, bent over the screens and tapping away. After a mistype or two, numbers were exchanged. Thank you. Welcome. You can have mine too. And I can add you to my contacts. His head remained bowed, but his gaze lifted towards you. His cheeks went up as well, in a sparkling smile. Of course. I'd love that. Baxter waited for you to get your own phone out, and he repeated his number. You got it down, then gave yours in return. Okay, so to be fair with the way I've designed my character, everyone keeps saying monochrome for him because of all the black and white. I literally have everything purple. We're the same person. The contact name on his list was Ryan across the street with an exclamation point.
Perfect.
He slid his phone back into his back pocket.
Honestly.
And I must admit, I was not expecting this vacation to go as well as it has. Even with a generous estimation of my sociability, I imagine I need a week or more to find someone to exchange numbers with. Instead, I have 2 new friends the very instant I arrived. Oh, Baxter, this isn't even all. Since you've seen me, Ryan, and Cove, it's only a matter of time before you meet Miranda, too. And there's still Liz, obviously. Maybe even Lee will make an appearance. The news of yet more strangers being invited into Baxter's vacation had no visible impact on him. He replied, contented and calm. I look forward to all of that. As you should. Now we need to make haste. There are other matters we must attend to. Lunch awaits. That was one way to put it. Baxter's formal tones seemed to be rubbing off on Terry.
See.
Then I won't keep you. I hope to see you again soon, though. Please feel free to text or call at any time. Have a good day. Same. Bye. Enjoy your day too. See you later. Take care. See you later. Come on, Ryan. Like 2 shots, you went up off the road. Baxter didn't move an inch from the entryway as you left. Neither you nor Terry spoke on the race to the restaurant. The clock was ticking. Every second longer you took could be another drop in degree for the warmth of your meal. You stopped to catch your breath only when you were under the shaded awning of the Chinese restaurant. Terry wiped her fully exposed forehead with her palm.
Finally.
Making friends works up an appetite. Yep, good thing we're about to eat. You entered the building together leisurely, pretending to be normal people who arrived for lunch in a totally reasonable way. Terry explained to the hostess up front that a table should already be prepared for her, and you with 2 others. One who's short, and in shorts, cute, freckled, big purple eyes, a lacy top. She's shy and probably didn't say much, but the hostess politely stops Terry's babbling with a raise of a hand before she even begins to describe Cove. That was plenty to get the idea across. You were directed towards the center of the dining area. Miranda and Cove were there, speaking quietly. In front of them was nothing more than 4 cups of water and a plate of 3 spring rolls. The dish was supposed to have 4. As sure as Baxter loved black and white, you knew it was Cove who ate the one that was missing. Even if the food technically ended up in Cove's stomach before the 2 of you returned, an appetizer had to be cheating. Wait, even if they technically ended a scoop before the 2 of you returned after... Oh. Terry meant the main course, of course, and it was not there. You could still take it as a win. She certainly did. Hey, we made it.
Hey!
Creases lingering on Cove's face showed he'd been worrying about the results of the unexpected pit stop until the moment you both appeared. But since you showed up so victoriously, he was reassured enough to already joke about it. You barely made it, you know. We ordered a while ago, and this appetizer is already here. Ah, close, but making it is making it. Did my good friends get what I requested? The sudden primness of Terry's speech was lost on Miranda. She didn't understand that a bit of Baxter had been brought to the restaurant with the 2 of you. Yeah, I got it. General Tso's chicken for you and fried rice for Ryan.
Thank you.
One of the empty seats was finally filled as Terry plopped down, satisfied after a job well done. You took the last remaining chair. So, did you actually see him and get his number? We did. Cove glanced your way, his wavy brows raised in surprise. We was clearly the word that was on his mind. You continued with comfortable ease. I got his number too.
Huh.
Wow. The group had settled into its usual rhythm when your proper meals arrived a few minutes later. You ate and talked, and at once the topic returned to the element of the unknown, Baxter Ward. But he remained stuck in a corner of your mind. After many seasons in the sleepy town, you'd had expectations of what the summer of 2016 would look like. It had been all too easy to imagine. Sure, you graduated high school. Your life wasn't going to be the same anymore, but it was too soon for that to warp the existence you had for over a decade. At least you thought so. And yet, there was Baxter. He was something you not counted in a single one of your vacation plans. You couldn't have until barely an hour ago. Now his number was on your phone. A new world, one where you had no grasp on, was already poking its way into your old routine, and it had come in the form of a black and white ballroom dancer. You were lucky. The final days of familiar comfort had come, but the first sight beyond that was a charming young man asking you to spend time together. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in the blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. Ugh. I think we're almost at the end. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. He was definitely giving me a piggyback ride. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. You tightened your grip on Cove and turned your head ever so slightly, peering at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you.
Bye.
It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted, okay. No, wait. Contract. No. Start own business. And then abroad. That's what I wanted to do. Ready to apply to jobs. Okay. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything you would have counted as a real plan. Cove stopped in the middle of the street. He sighed and put you down. You were both outside your houses. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, you're planning on relaxing for a while and stuff abroad? Yeah, you remembered. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or career, not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff, and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall. Or next year. Or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not going to crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. His brow furrowed, and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but that's the best I can do for now. He laughed self-derisively. But with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Smile, and I'll miss you. was taking every fiber of your being to keep yourself together. You wanted to support him, but you can already feel your chest tightening, imagining what it would be like without him right there. His face crumbled, and your original assumption was proven correct as tears easily began to fall from his eyes. His chest heaved, and his words were whispered. I'm sorry. No matter what's happening, I just want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Cove's whole expression softened, his lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
Ryan, you deserve to have everything you want in life. I want you to get everything you want in your life. That flew out of your mouth immediately, but you meant every word. His mouth pulled into a delicate grin. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer. He placed a hand on your shoulder. The warmth from his proximity helped relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. No matter how daunting the future could be, he was right. You would be okay. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and he wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Ryan. I'm already looking forward to it. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, yet couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
He finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered how many more times would he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow. You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Baxter DLC. Okay. So much stuff. Baxter actually shows up in some of these also. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. This has been a long ass stream that I took too long getting to Baxter for, but we got to Baxter. But Baxter will have to continue tomorrow. Because it's almost 5 hours. It's been almost 5 hours, and my voice is gone. So I am gonna have to stop here for today. Took so much longer than I thought it was going to, but I forgot how long those beginning scenes are and stuff. I should have sped run before we started the Baxter stuff. That was my fault, but it's fine. Yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna continue with Baxter and possibly finish Baxter, since it's only his stuff now. And he's in part 3 and part 4. And we're only gonna focus on Baxter. We're not gonna do any of the other stuff. I have to decide if I want to do some of the scenes on Cove's side where Baxter shows up or not. I think I did that when I did the Derek DLC, but we'll see. It depends on how long I actually want to stream tomorrow, and if I want to just speed run through Baxter or not. Regardless, thank you to everyone who showed up, to everyone who followed, to everyone who chatted. I mean, the thing just came up, but if you want to follow me on my socials to see when I stream next, you can. We also have a Discord that you can join, and I also post there when I stream. And yeah, I just hope you have a good rest of your day, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. It'll be early tomorrow. So, like, 10 a.m.-ish Pacific time. Around there. Alright. Have a good day. Bye!